3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. In the land, crucial velocity. It's just in the land, crucial velocity. Hey! Lots of lights. Now land. Shop, velocity. Lots of lights. Stupid tablet making noise. Yeah, it is. Derp. Anyway. Need a spark plug. I don't know actually how I'm going to do that. Tricky without another person around. Introduction for the pod. Admittedly, it's happening probably like, about 10 minutes into it. Focus, you fuck. Focus. I think it's trying to focus on that. For sake of introduction, this is a 2000 Subaru Outback 2.5 with stick and not running at the moment. Does not start. Had a motor put in it. The original motor was run low of oil and it blew up. Then over the course of like a year and a half, somebody else put a motor in it and it doesn't run. So that's what I'm here to figure out, and looked at it a little bit earlier, and it's an automatic motor in a manual car, so there's some differences that may have to be addressed. And I looked at it earlier, and there's an issue where when the clutch is disengaged, so the clutch pedal is pushed in, you can put a ratchet socket on the crank and it turns over normally. When the clutch is engaged, you're off the pedal, it turns part way and then you can't turn it anymore, which with the transmission in neutral you should still be able to turn it turn it over by hand. It should just turn to the transmission. So there may be an issue back further in. I'm going to vacuum up some of this stuff. So it'll turn over, but it doesn't fire. So that's one thing I have to figure out. Ugh, it might be noisy. So that's one thing I have to figure out. Get it back in running order again. And then I have to get the, I'm going to sling the motor out and so I can inspect inside the bell housing to see if there's something wrong in there that's making it strange. Now we got a whole bunch of parts in the back here. So this is probably going to be a good one. And whoever, the guy that did the engine swap in the first place did a pretty shoddy job. So there's broken bits of broken plastic on the one radiator fan, and dings and dents, and obviously dude up and disappeared at some point. And a neighbor I'm doing the job for hasn't been able to get a hold of the guy in months, so here we are. So for starters, I presume there's not a whole lot of coolant in this. So I need to transfer my coolant pan into bottles, but for the sake of only having to disconnect as much as I have to, I don't know if the other guy did this, but I hope he did, is Let's see if I have. Tighten up that Schrader valve. Boy, I sure hope that he did the smart thing and disconnected the AC and kicked it over to one side instead of taking it off. So it does seem to have some refrigerant in it. So see if that still works, but that's going to be beyond my purview here. So, for starters, I took a couple of pictures of this. So I am going to see if I have any empty bottles that I can put waste coolant in, and I believe I do, so I'm gonna get my drain pan back over here. Actually, I already have 2 jugs that are marked for waste. I've taken to all of my waste jugs. I put a OD green band on. To be differential. Well, is this jug of foil fresh or is it not fresh? Oh, it's got a green band on it. It's not fresh. Careful, careful. Easy now. This is everything that I took out of the Jeep the other day. Fortunately, not in a very clean container, so I can't really reuse it. Trick is going to be finding a funnel in this place. Those many things that I know I own, they do exist in the shop. Just can never quite put my hands on one when I need it. Hello, Ryan. What's that? What's that? Oh. Nuts. How are you this evening? kind of like to not make that any heavier than it is at the moment. Where are my funnels are? I do not work on dirt bikes. As it happens. Not too bad over here. That's a diminutive funnel. That won't work. Other than being, you know, the perennial issue of I don't know where my tools are. But, that's a personal problem. I've used it recently because I had to drain coolant out of something else, and I used the funnel to get back in. Does this fit? Fit that. That will. Jeez. Close enough. It'll work. Oh, criminy. Well, we have to determine that yet. At the moment, it's a no start. It cranks, but it doesn't sound like it's firing. But beyond that, there's an issue. I'm hoping in the clutch assembly somewhere that whoever, because this is a replacement motor. I don't know if you had popped in while I was talking to myself earlier, but this is a replacement motor. The original one was wrecked, ran without oil and chunked the motor, and then someone else. Today's the first I've ever seen of this vehicle. Someone put a used motor in, which seems to have good compression. It seems to turn over okay. Like I said, it doesn't fire. So I don't know if that's spark or fuel, but and this is a manual transmission car. When I was turning the motor over by hand with the clutch engaged, so your foot off the pedal, it would only go so far, and it's neutral out. It would only go so far, and then it would stop, which it shouldn't do. I am in Pennsylvania, United States. Dip some of this waste antifreeze out, so it's not quite as heavy for me to lift. And just spill it everywhere while I'm at it. So the plan is to pull the motor so that we can get into the bell housing and hopefully determine why it's not turning freely with the clutch engaged. This this guy's already spent, $1,000 to have this motor put in over the course of nearly a year and a half. Okay, that's not going to fit. Lovely. There's the funnel. It's around here somewhere. It's tiny. I reckon it'll fit. Oh boy. It's gonna be fun and interesting. This is waste antifreeze from another job earlier in the week. A big tray of used dirty coolant that came out of that guy mostly. Earlier this week when I did a thermostat and some heater hoses on it. See if I can make any more of a mess here. Easy does it. I'm not, like I said, this is the first. Haven't worked on this before today. I don't have 100% knowledge of, how much coolant's in it and whatnot. The lower radiator hose is still attached, but the upper isn't. So I don't know if there's any coolant going to be in it when I want to pull the radiator out to give myself extra room when I pull the motor. So make sure that I can drain off any coolant that's in it, and I didn't want to make this even heavier. Wasn't concerned about overflowing it, but water gets heavy. There, clean up my mess. Funnel back to the other funnels, so I'll know where it is next time. Set that off to the side. Of course it'd stick. Wouldn't be a Jeep if it wouldn't stick. Yeah, that one over there is a real, actual, authentic military Jeep. 1977 AM General M151A2. There's only a little bit of a mouthful. And I think at this point I'm going to move the camera off of my floor jack, some other fixture. And I'm going to run this up on jack stands a little bit so that I can a little bit better clearance underneath. help that this jack sucks. Need some suspension work before it gets reinspected. Around back with that. Omega Dan. This in particular is a side job. It is also it is my house, as it happens, because it is a side job. The neighbor lives up the street, but yes, it is. Oh, preface that I don't usually do engine repairs. I usually do suspension, steering, alignments, things like that. Yeah, I do. I work on cars for a living. Hey, Ribbit. Yeah, this is a neighbor's car, not mine. And it is engine repair. It's a no start. It's, geez. I'll explain that again. So, it's a junkyard engine that was put in to replace the original engine because the original engine was run low on oil and destroyed, and somebody else put this engine in the car and it doesn't run. So I'm, among other things, trying to figure out why it doesn't run. It is my Jeep. Yep, this is my home garage. I have another Outback similar to this. I have a 2000 Impreza and I have the Jeep. But this one is my neighbor's. Felt like I might have a tie rod or a ball joint or something bad on this side. Having done front end alignments for the past 7 or 8 years, kind of get in the habit of shaking wheels when I pick them up in the air to find bad parts. Starters. So swing the camera back around. I guess if I run this up close to the car, I can put the battery pack on the car. I've changed up my power management strategy a little bit, and I'm now plugging in the battery pack before I stream for 2 hours and run out of battery. You know, it cranks, but it doesn't. It sounds like it's not firing. It sounds like it has compression. But yeah, that is something that will get checked as we go along here. The major thing that concerns me is that when I try to turn the engine over by hand with it in neutral, it should just turn freely with the input shaft. And I should probably show you. Is that a 22? Essentially what it's doing is it'll turn over a little bit and then it'll stop. Really? That's done. Okay, where's my... Oh, here they are. I don't have a deep half-inch. Yeah, a lot of rust. It's been sitting since like June or July. Yeah, I get to here, and I looked at it up at the guy's house, and I had a breaker bar and a pipe, so like a good 3 feet of lever, and it got to this point, wouldn't turn, and trans-neutraled out, so it should turn, but then as soon as you put the clutch in, it spins right over. Yeah, and talking with the owner earlier, and he cranked it over, and so I said it does turn over, and it doesn't sound like it's lost compression or anything. So I'm hoping that mechanically it's still good. And that it's just, it's like a sensor problem or a fuel or spark or something like that. But I want to pull it off and see inside the bell housing and try and figure out why it's, why with the clutch engaged, it's getting to a certain point and then locking up. So, for starters here, I'm going to pull these fans out so I have a little better access on the radiator. Like I said, it has been sitting out, with the, once a guy put the motor in it, it's been sitting with the hood closed, but it has been sitting. I've got some boxes over here. that I'm going to put my parts in like a good person so I don't lose them. Because God knows somebody else has got it this before me, so who knows what I'm going to find. Yeah, I mean, and the other thing is that this is this car is a stick, and the motor came out of an automatic, so I do know that much. So that may cause interesting things. Ta-da! That, I guess that disconnected correctly. Yeah, near enough. Only broke half the connector. It'll be fine. Zip tied or something for you too. Yep, 2000. That was the, I can't see that super well. That was a radiator fan falling down the bottom. It's just held in with a couple of screws up top, and then there's pins on the bottom of the fan and a couple of holes down on the bottom of the radiator. And I had it lifted up out of the holes to try and get the electrical connector off. And it apparently I succeeded in getting the electrical connector off, because then I just sort of set it there and it slipped out and disconnected itself. So that's what that was. That's possible, Rotex. That's actually a good thing to. Do you think that would go faster? Do you know the propeller on the front of an airplane is only there to keep the pilot cool? Just turn it off and watch him break out into a sweat. I think you're probably right about that, Rotax. Knick-knack, I assume so. It says in the creative guidelines, restoration. Yeah, I think you're right about that, Rotax. Do you think that would make? And I don't remember from looking inside the bell housing the last time I had one of these apart, because obviously it's a stick, so you have to put the clutch in unless you bypass the switch for it to turn over. But it seems to do that normally, because it'll crank and turn and turn and turn and turn. It just doesn't fire. But the other issue is that I can't turn it over by hand with the clutch engaged without it locking up. I don't know if that would, the starter being different would affect it at all or not. But yeah, I'm pretty sure there's already at least a couple of people doing full restorations on Twitch. CMH Custom Cars, working on an 86 Mustang, I think. He's got all torn apart. Yeah, there's a bunch of people that stream automotive not even by far the well, I mean, take that back. I may be one of the newer ones. I'll be perfectly honest, this is my day job too, so I don't tend to come home and want to work on my own stuff, much less watch other people work on stuff like this. Not that there really seems to be a lot of people streaming in the evenings, but I digress. I'll say that having, streaming my stuff and having people to talk to has actually gotten me a little bit more enthusiasm for coming out here in the evenings and working. So, thanks for hanging out. I think the starter is particularly hard to get at on this. I'll get to it at some point anyway. Just connect this charger here. The guy's had this sitting dead in his driveway for the better part of 2 years, so I don't have a, it's not in a rush. Except for me wanting my garage bay back. But, there's as far as streaming goes, there's a bunch of people that do regularly, and one guy that is here every weekday when I'm at work. Filter off. Filter box, rather. You know what would be nice to have? Is a tool cart. I'll have to put that on my wish list. Yeah, it's been sitting on the guy's driveway for like 1.5 years. Mostly normal. I work for an independent shop, and so we take mostly anything that comes in the door with a few caveats. We don't really do like reflashing, and we got a phone call the other day, and a guy calls up and says, "Do you do major work on Porsches?" He said, "Nope." Here's the name of somewhere else. Good luck. But every now and again, I'll get in. You get your lifted trucks, you get your lowered, everything else. Sometimes you get your lowered trucks, for that matter. It's mostly pretty pedestrian, which doesn't exactly work, but let's try not to break this connector too badly. being the alignment technician, I think I probably see a little bit more varied, types of cars than some of the other guys that are just doing, sort of the humdrum stuff. But, devil does that latch? Lift up on it? I do have to lift up on it. Oh, I figured out the trick. Do forklifts have suspension? I mean, I'm sorry, but I mean that's kind of like saying, Can you take a look at the suspension on my tractor? Because really, it doesn't have any. A lot of the suspension is like part of the friggin' differential on it. Oh yes, well, love us some special people. Get that out of the way for a moment. It's safe not to label that one. I'll probably recognize what it is. There's a I don't know if they're in military inventory anymore, but for a while the Marine Corps was running Unimogs which is a Mercedes neat truck thing. Look them up; they're pretty cool. But they were running these things in two versions. One of them had a loader with a bucket on the front and a backhoe on the back, and the other one had a folding crane on the back and forklift forks on the front. And that actually had a special, may have been part of the shock absorbers, but it had like a lockout switch that would lock the front suspension in place so that you could use it like a forklift. It's possibly something like that. I don't know. Of course, now that I've got it up on jack stands, it's more difficult for me to get to the friggin' starter. Classy, man. Way to go. Way to go. Those are 15s. Could be 14s. That's 14. Stand on. That's not going to collapse underneath me. That's a good question. I just have to go on my tiptoes. go underneath for the rest of those. That's bright. So, I'm monkeying with this starter. As an update on the Jeep, for those of you who've been hanging out recently, all the trials and tribulations and whatnot, I got 2 cars and coffee this morning at about 9:30, and it was pretty packed. And I was already experiencing issues with the Jeep, so I said, I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna bug out and go home. So I had a nice little 45-minute drive, and learned that the heater works quite well. It was 40, 45-ish this morning, and even without my jacket and hat, once it had warmed up to temperature, I would have been perfectly comfortable just running the heat. When I rerouted the speedometer cable so that I could route the heater hoses, I may have done something inadvertent and damaged the cable, possibly, because about halfway up to CNC, the speedometer stopped working, so that was fun. Fortunately, I had my GPS up on my phone, so I had some idea of how fast I was going most of the time. But the worst part of it was the brakes still aren't fixed. So it still does that thing where you step on the brakes and it drags you off into the right-hand ditch, which is not fun, you might have imagined. Especially when you have crested a hill, come down the other side. It's a rather steep grade with a traffic light about halfway down, and then the light changes and you try to stop, and one or both of the tires on the right hand side lock up and you're sliding down the hill. So that was fun. Yes, I mean this speedometer is a little. It hasn't been bad, and it was a little bouncy, but I was about halfway up there and looked down at it, and it was just I'm in 3rd gear and it's on 0. So I remember when I rerouted the speedometer cable, it did feel like it was getting kind of some hard angles. So it's entirely possible that I've damaged the speedometer cable, but I'll have to pull stuff apart to check that, and it's not. Now that I have this delightful thing to work on, that's not an immediate priority. So I'm gonna slip underneath here, and it should be relatively easy to get to the bottom of the starter. Of course, relative is usually, I have it on a lift or a pitter or something. I'm actually standing up straight underneath it. And the jack stands in the way. Lovely. A new plan. I haven't done anything with the coolant yet. I'm gonna move this. Cover from the front. Yeah, it's a mechanical speedometer. It's a lowest bidder military mechanical speedometer that you can turn backwards. So yeah, I'm pretty certain that I've very likely busted the speedo cable. Oh, that's not difficult to get to at all. Yep. Wow, there's a lot of grass and spider webs under here. Mm-hmm. Yes, sirree. Daisy. So, massages. I'm gonna grab. It didn't take very long for it to heat up this morning. Maybe 5 minutes running up the road. Oh yeah, this one hasn't moved in a long time. You need a longer extension. That wasn't very tight. Another bolt there. Oh, is there a stud on the front? Maybe a stud on the front. That came out pretty easily. In that box, make a note. It is a flat 4. 2.5 liter. I remember there being a stud or something. That's strange. So I'm missing the fastener. Nope. Just kind of crusted on. Get that out of there. Just bend it. Yup. It's fine. Everything's fine. There we go. Yeah, they're not too hard to change. Where? Zexner, we are probably pulling the motor. Very likely pulling the motor. That's too long. My extension is too long. So the most concerning problem that I'm working with at the moment is, as you may have noticed there, that if it's even pointed to the right spot, basically, so this is a 5-speed stick car, and it's neutral out, so it should turn freely. You know, you should be able to turn the crank and it should turn over pretty normally. But with the clutch engaged, with the pedal released, it moves less than a half a turn in either direction. So that's pretty much vertical. That's 90. See, it moves maybe 100, maybe 110 degrees, and stops. And I had a 3-foot pry bar and pipe on this earlier, and I couldn't get it to move. And then move it back the other way, and it stops. But if you disengage the clutch, if you push the clutch pedal in, it turns over just like normal. Yeah, if you disengage the clutch, it turns over just fine. You get you turn it and you get compression, and you kick past the compression, and it turns over, nice and smoothly. And we were able to crank it over with the starter earlier, and which without bypassing the clutch pedal switch, you have to have the clutch disengaged, and it doesn't fire, it doesn't start, but it sits there and it cranks. So I'm hoping it's a clutch issue. That's, you know, and the thing of it is, Omega Dan, this is a I don't remember if you were here earlier when I mentioned it. It's a 5-speed car, obviously, but the motor is out of an automatic trans car. So, you know, there's a number of things that are, you know, it should be mechanically the same mostly, and obviously the bolt pattern matches because it bolted up to the transmission, but like it's got the EGR. You know, the automatics have EGR and the manuals don't, so there's an EGR tube here, which doesn't go anywhere because he pulled this is the intake from the original motor. He pulled that off, or he pulled the automatic intake off, and that's in the back of the car. Yeah, I'm pulling the engine in this case because I think it's going to be easier for me to do in this setup, because I don't have a lift, but I do have an engine hoist. So I think it's going to be easier for me to unbolt the engine and sling it out, and then inspect all the clutch stuff and the, you know, transmission input shaft and whatnot. But yeah, these are not particularly hard to pull the engine on. I've actually done a couple of engine pulls on these before, and I've done a couple of trans pulls on. Well, actually, I've done 2 trans pulls on my Impreza. But yeah, it's a little difficult for me to, you know, it's going to be easier for me to work on it, I think, with the engine out, and it's easier for me, I think, without a helper to work on the engine standing up than it would be to work underneath the car trying to jiggle the transmission out. And I don't have to drop as much. You know, I don't have to drop the drive shaft. I don't have to drop as much of the exhaust. I really only have to unbolt the headers, and then just lift the engine up this way. So I think that it will be easier for me. But I always stand to be corrected. So if it's not, I'll be the first to know, and y'all will be not far behind. Yeah, I had to pull the trans on my Impreza twice. Not an immediate succession, but I think how long I had on. So I pulled it once to change the clutch because the clutch was starting to slip, and I had to pull it again a couple of years ago. Actually, it would have been less than 2 years ago because I was living here. Actually, it would have been right after I moved in, I think. That winter, I had to pull the clutch, or I had to pull the trans because I was driving along and pushed the clutch pedal in, and it felt funny. So I let up and I pushed it in again, and it stayed in. And oh no! Yeah, I understand you don't even necessarily have to sling the engine out to, you can just like unbolt everything and shift it forward a little bit to get to the clutch and the pressure plate and stuff. I had, I was working at the shop then, so I had access to lift and trans jack and everything, so I just dropped the trans out of it, one evening. But the second time, the shift fork broke, and only time that car actually had let me down that wasn't my fault. No. Bolts for, but whatever. And I figure since I'm doing this without helpers, this is probably going to be the easiest and safest way for me to work on it, and then I can. Not to mention, if I do find clutch problems, once I lift the engine out, it'll be, well, even in the process of lifting the engine out, most of it, it'll be a lot easier to film, by the way. So there's that. I'm just going to put that back in so we don't forget it. Alright. I'm going to drop the radiator now just to get that done and out of the way and give me more room. And also to determine like how much coolant's actually in the silly thing, because I don't know. Like I said, I wasn't the one that changed the engine in the first place, so a lot of this is I'm starting from square one on a lot of it. Verify the other idiot's work before you run around chasing the tail. Yep, that's got some juice in it. It's try not to spill any on the shop light because there's no globe on it anymore. Alright. Not the best angle on the camera, but it's sitting on the top of the floor jack. Actually, a fair bit of coolant in that, yeah. As it happens. Not full by any means, but there's at least some in there, so hopefully the water pump is doesn't sound terribly bad, so I suspect everything's okay. my Jeep, when I got it, had been sitting for an unknown number of years with no attention to it, and among a number of other things that needed to be replaced because they had dried out and gotten contaminated by various things. The water pump, there's no, coolant had long since evaporated. There's nothing left in it. The water pump was a rusted mass. I think, actually, I just had to get that out the other day to get the heater fittings on it, so it's right at the top of the scrap barrel. Yeah, that was a water pump out of my Jeep. There's a LED on. It's a decade or two without having coolant in it. Needless to say, the belt smoked pretty good when I first fired it up. There we go, turn that off. That may be true. It's difficult for me to arrange, the guy said, it's been sitting for so long and there's no plates on it, so it's, just get it done when you get it done. But, I don't want to take forever on it personally because it's taking up room in my shop where, my garage where I can park my car and work on my own things. And, I kind of want to make a little money on the side job, right? But yeah, it's not super easy for me to get helpers, and I just think that, among other things, is going to be the better way for me to do it. So, alright, that should be so good. That stuff is bright neon green. Remember doing this last time. Next. Something I want to do, pull the fuel lines off. Yeah, that's true. I'm glad to see that. Yeah, it does happen sometimes. Well, it's got fuel. So it's getting fuel up to some point at least. That's good. Phew. That stuff stinks. That away from my kerosene here. Whoa. There's a great big flash and the stream goes dead. You know what happened. Yeah, that's understandable. I almost don't need that heat now. once I get done with this, which hopefully won't take too long, I'll probably be out here most evenings until I get it done. Yeah, once this is taken care of, I've got a lot of brake work to do on the Jeep, so we can look forward to that. Got wheel cylinders. I've got wheel cylinders ordered for it. For some reason, the guy takes 5 days to ship anything out, but whatever. The price was good enough, so. Start with those and see where that gets me. We are pulling a motor on a 2000 Outback because I suspect it has a clutch problem, among other things. I mean, it's got a load of problems, but the first one that I want to take care of is figure out why the motor doesn't turn over with the clutch engaged. Sven was right, I should get a chatbot. Write a little paragraph on what I'm doing and then have it run whenever somebody new comes in. Come on, you. It's been a while since I've done this. I wasn't gonna start on this tonight, but I was gonna play some Payday 2 with my friends, but Payday 2 decided to uninstall itself. So, for some reason, and the one guy that's been coming out on Fridays to help me with stuff has to be up at like 5:30 in the morning for work, so he can't stay up playing games until midnight. Oh, came up to work on this. I'm gonna get a head start on it. Guys waited long enough to have it running again. That's an interesting mod. Trying to think. The Canyons went through... I'm trying to think what the front end looks like on those. I know that I don't like aligning them. Let's say that much. Ugh. They've got those GM crescent cams on the control arms, but like the four-wheel drives have them on the upper control arms like the bigger trucks, but they hide the bolt head inside the strut tower, I think, so you can't actually get to it. Yeah, I think the two-wheel drive ones put the crescent cams on the lower control arm and they seize up. Yeah, I don't particularly like aligning them. Yeah, Subarus aren't too bad to pull the motors on, I don't think. And torsion bars, okay. I don't see a huge amount of Canyons and Colorados. Just fine, because I don't particularly care for them. But, yeah, I haven't decided if I'm going to pull the power pack on that or not. I'm still, I'm of two minds about it. It's supposed to be super easy, but I don't know if, I guess we'll see how the winter goes. Other issues on that I want to fix first. Okay, so stay here. All right. What would I put in the Jeep? I put the same motor back in. I'd only take it out to refresh things that are not accessible with it installed. Although somebody, and I don't know if he's here with us tonight. Somebody yesterday was suggesting I put a 5.2 in. He's not in the chat. I said, yeah, 5.2 V8 might be a little much power for that. No, but it's supposed to be super easy to pull it out. There's a whole front grille with the headlights there. It has like 6 bolts, and it comes out, and you disconnect the main drive shaft and you disconnect the front prop shaft, and I think you take the handbrake off and the shift lever, and 2 motor mounts, a couple of fuel lines, and the whole engine, transmission, and radiator assembly. It's got a hook on the front and a hook on the back, and the whole thing comes right out the front. It's supposed to be stupid easy. Jeep ice cream truck. I don't think I've ever seen a Jeep ice cream truck. 2-liter TJ. Huh. Start a new box for parts on the passenger side. What were those? Those were power steering line hold downs. Yeah. Dispatcher. Slip this in here. Driving right-hand drive stuff is weird. One of my coworkers' wives is a rural carrier. I think actually they finally got her to drive an LLB. Been driving like old Dodge station wagons for the longest time. And they actually went up to Mass or somewhere and bought her a right-hand drive Cherokee. Ugh, what a piece of junk. I'm gonna talk about rust. Whew. Got to work on that a couple of times. Absolutely weird. Where's the... down there. It's 12mm out already. Yes, it did. It's sitting up here. Accepting that that's a 14. Oh, jeez. Yeah, the Patriots and the Compasses are pretty much abominable. Whew. I don't mind the Cherokees too much. One coworker had one like 5 or 6 inches of lift. Geez, at least 33s, I think. I keep hearing about them trying to get rid of the LLVs. I can't remember what they're talking about replacing them with. I know Canadian Postal Service was using LLVs too. I think they're all replaced with what, like Transit Connects. I don't remember what USPS is doing. Supposed to be doing. If it were in its spot. Did I get that wrench out already? Indeed I did. kind of remember reading an article about some prototype that somebody had come up with, but don't remember what actually had come of it. What do you think about the Liberties, though? Because I remember them getting indifference, at least from a lot of people. Oh man, pulley on a steering column, that's high tech. Of course it's going to run into something. Am I missing a bolt? Nope. What am I missing? What am I missing? I'm missing something. Oh, there's one down there. Yep. No. Possibly? I think I tried this before. I just ended up pulling the whole casting out. Yeah, I've put ball joints in a couple of them. What do I do with the other bolt? Did it have another bolt in it? Non-bread, welcome. It's just a little stiff. And it's gonna get hung up on that bolt, isn't it? Yes. It's gonna take some away. Okay. I'll remember how to do the intake's in the way of the bolt on the back. I'm just gonna have to pull this whole casting off. Just kind of what I remember having to do the last time I pulled one. It was fine. It's been a little while. I got to remember everything again. Like where I set my ratchet down 5 minutes ago. Wow, that's not tight. Which new electric truck is that? Kinda remember hearing something about that, but Walmart electric trucks. Oh, yeah, I think I've seen a picture of that before. Whoa. That is a thing, certainly. Wow. Yikes. Hey guys, do you like aerodynamics? We put some aerodynamics on your aerodynamics on your truck. Oreos. No, that's wrong. And not only are they going to be ugly, but you won't be able to drive them. Because robots or something. Doesn't actually ship any cargo, it's just a trailer full of batteries to power the truck. But it's really aerodynamic, look. It's 12, it's 14. .55 downhill. My Jeep will do faster than that downhill. Figure that out later. What is this stuff actually? Submersible pump cable. Interesting. That was holding the suspension in on my Outback. That's better. It's only 8 o'clock now. Yeah, alright, we got plenty more time yet. Keep on wrenching. Compressor. Found the spider. There he is. Whoops. Don't you know that miniaturized nuclear reactors explode if you shoot them too much? That's what Fallout taught me, and that can't be wrong. What do I do with the ratchet? Here it is. Jeez. Not a single friggin' fastener on this car is actually tight. Word. Probably a good thing that the last guy to work on this skipped town. I would have fallen to pieces. That made a mess. Could be. Find out when we get the motor unbolted. I was joking earlier when I was talking to the owner that, you know, I don't know how you'd do it, but maybe maybe the guy bolted the pressure plate to the pressure plate and clutch to the flex plate on the automatic motor. I hope he would have switched the flywheel over, but who knows? Everything's fine. Get it later. Yeah, I mean, I said that entirely in jest. I really don't think that would work without being a particularly ingenious fool, but you know what they say about making something idiot-proof. It's all well and good until somebody makes a better idiot. Yeah, the guy's already sunk $1,000 into the original $1,000 and a year and a half into the original motor swap. It would be nice to be able to tell them, oh yeah, just, there's some bolts loose that need to be tightened up, and yeah, it's back together and running. And not, oh yeah, by the way, you need a clutch. What, to get the pressure plate to get the pressure plate to stick to the flex plate? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it looks close enough. That's not tight. Yeah. And sometimes you come across stuff like that. Like, oh, this has got a bad what's-its, or a lot of times it's, I don't know what's wrong with it, but it doesn't work. Oh yeah, just needed this thing. Oh, is that a 14? Yes, it is. Whoops. Doing for battery pretty good. Pretty good, yeah. Yeah, I think this is definitely the way to go about it in the future. With respect to the camera, not the job at hand. But, plug my battery pack in right at the start. You don't have to worry about getting 2 hours into a stream and, oh yeah, camera's out of battery. Bye. What's gonna do next? Slaves over. What kind of engine is this that I'm working on? It's a Subaru 2.5. Unless you were talking about the race motor, in which case I don't know. those tight at least. I have never worked on an Alfa Romeo. What's the most obscure foreign thing I've worked on? It's probably going to be British. Not that you were asking that, but just my own amusement. No Alphas. As it happens. Really? Alphas are Italian, aren't they? Yeah. I've worked on, yeah, I don't think I've worked on anything Italian. Worked on a lot of older British stuff. Nothing real recently, but we have a shop in the next town over that does almost exclusively old British cars. Okay, cool. So I've done a bunch of pretty much all just alignments. But I've done a bunch of older Triumphs, bunch of older Jags. I don't think I've ever worked on an MG. Yeah, no, that's about as foreign as I get, typically. And like I said, even that's been a while since I've gotten to work on any of that stuff. I had a piece of wire back here earlier. Where don't really want to use this stuff. Probably in this stuff that fell down. Hey, bungee cord, that's even better. There you go. Well, may or may not be. I'll just for safety's sake, keep it from. Ooh, it's a little stretched. Oh, jeez. You sit there. And we'll have to be okay because I can't recover that. Yes, home garage. This is a side job I'm doing for a neighbor that's been sitting in his driveway, not running for about a year and a half. The original, this is a transplanted motor. The original motor bit the dust from oil starvation, and he paid a guy to put this motor in, and got to a point where it was almost running, and then disappeared. And it's been sitting, like I said, it hadn't been on the road in like a year and a half. So we are attempting to fix that here. What about the clutch slave? Clutch slave is right there. Yes, I work on... This is my home shop, and this is a side job, but I do this... I work on cars for a living. Usually, most of the time, suspension work and alignments. But every now and again, I get to get my my feet wet in the under the hood, engine work, trans work, stuff like that. Yeah, I bought this place pretty much for the well, not entirely, but the garage was a large part of the decision to buy the house. Yeah, it's actually pretty nice. It's insulated reasonably well for a pole building. 2-bay, which I've managed to fill entirely with stuff. I got that one's mine. That's a project we've been working on. That one's mine. I got some workbenches and stuff over there, and more shelving and more piles of crap. The only thing I'm really missing is a lift. Someday. Those two. Oh, it's gonna hurt my knees. So, one there. Get him from below. And that's the trans. What else have I got on? I got vacuum line. Heater hoses. Okay. Now, I haven't touched this heater hose yet. And can you see that? I don't know. Oh, I can't see it. Independent shop. Rotax. Yeah, it's it was worse beginning of the week. I've actually been cleaning some stuff up the last couple of nights. But, so notice on this, I was saying about fasteners not being tight and this, that, and the other thing. You notice on this vacuum line the indents from the hose clamp and the hose clamp over here. No es bueno. There's a guy that, don't be a shitlord, Smith. there is a person who I have not met and do not know, not far from where my folks live, that has I think he has a smallish garage, but he has a pretty big concrete pad next to the garage, and he actually has an outdoor 2-post lift in Pennsylvania, of all places. Like, that is the strangest damn thing, but you do you, I guess. Predator. I don't really. I have been streaming a lot recently. I'll say that. It's as I've picked up an Outback of my own. I've been working on that, trying to get that on the road. I've been working on my Jeep over here for a while, and but I don't. And I've only been doing this for 2 months, so I don't really have anything set in stone at the moment. Just sort of playing it by ear, really, at this point. That being said, in the immediate near-term future, you know what would be cool? Sorry, I tend to tangentialize a lot. My train of thought hath many cars, and possibly not enough track. Crane cam. Where was I? Yes. No, where was I? Damn it. So, right, in the near term future, say the next week or two, you can expect me to be streaming fairly regularly in the evenings, because I want to get this job done, as much for my own sake as for the owner. So that'll occupy at least a few more evenings this week, I suspect. Depending on how far we get tonight. We've got pretty far tonight. Beyond that, I've got work that I need to do on the Jeep yet, when I get parts in for it. So that'll be happening, but not really a specific time, every week on a certain day. It's just sort of whenever I have something to do and I don't have other things I need to do, and I'm able to come out here and work. I might be out here once a week or once a day during the week. One day out of the week, or I might be out here every day for 6 days straight. Which, let's see, I streamed yesterday. I do also tend to ramble. What makes you say that? You American, ain't you? Why, yes. Yes, I am. So, figure, most times are going to be evenings, Eastern time, and occasionally weekends, probably also in the evenings, obviously. The trick is going to be, how do I hook this up? Fair enough. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. This is a Harbor Freight jack that, you know, I'm positive that, because I have the old cylinder on one of my shelves. The cylinder that came with it was pretty terrible, so I got a new one off of Amazon, of all places. That had like you say, air over hydraulic, and bolted right in, which I would be using normally, except that I know for sure it'll kick the compressor on, and it's kind of loud, and I managed to turn the audio sensitivity up the other night, which I hope is still working okay. Yeah, it's about 8:30 p.m. here now. Am I missing anything other than those heater hoses? I don't think. I mean, other than the rest of the case bolts, but then eventually. Right. So this has. Geez, this chain gonna be too big. Great big honking. It kind of is. Jeez, man. I'm gonna have to come up with some bolts or something. Good, yeah. I mean, sure, why not? I have a grinder, I can cut it off when I'm done, right? Yeah, sure. So, is that the wrong thread, or? Huh. Might be. So that'll fit through the chain. Now I'm gonna wander back and forth here while I find some hardware. It does have hooks on it. A whole lot longer than I need. That's actually even a little bit too big. Okay. Let's see what this guy's got. He's got a bunch of bolts and stuff that came off of this. sitting in the back here. See what I can come up with. Not much, unfortunately. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to do. Is find. No, he's just managed to mangle the threads on that one. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to do with the chain. I just gotta find some metric bolts that I don't mind potentially damaging. That's all. Go back to the crane cam as soon as it's ready to crane. Yeah, so the issue with the motor is twofold. And we have some educated guesses, but like Dan said, we're not 100% sure yet what the issue is. The first issue is that it will crank, not start. But it does crank as if it has good compression, and it at least has fuel coming up to the rails. I pulled the fuel lines off of that, so which doesn't mean that possibly the injectors aren't firing or something, or there's a sensor problem or a control system problem or an ignition problem or something like that. So that's one issue, is that it doesn't start. The other issue is with the clutch engaged, and that is foot off the pedal. You can't turn the engine more than about 100. You can't turn the crank by hand more than about 110 degrees. You can turn it to a point, and then even with a breaker bar and a pipe on it, that long, you can't turn it. But if you disengage the clutch, it turns over just fine. You catch the compression cycle, it kicks past the compression, and it goes on its merry way. So our educated guess is that there is something amiss with the clutch assembly, and that's why I'm pulling the motor off, at least part way. Oh yeah. I wonder if the last guy used this bolt to I don't know how well that's going to show up. You can definitely tell when there is focus, damn it. There is it's hard to tell on camera. It's easy to tell threading it in. The bolt's bent a little bit. I wonder if the last guy see that moving up and down? I wonder if the last guy used that one to hoist the engine out too. Oh, wouldn't that be something? Yeah, so So the other thing is that this is a transplant engine. The original engine out of the car was destroyed from oil starvation, and had another motor put in it, and which is this, but it hasn't run since it's been installed. And the guy that put it in, who was not me, by the way, skipped town. Apparently, we can't. Nobody knows where he is anymore. The owner went to his house to try and find him. Oh, he doesn't live there anymore. I guess that might work. It's not exactly OSHA approved, but what the hell. Yeah, so it should It is a petrol motor. Geez, now I'm gonna feel like a noob. You'll have to explain Italian tuning to me. I'll probably get it as soon as you say it, but okie dokie. Okay. Oh boy. Alright. I will go underneath now. To get these case bolts. I'm going to actually turn up the heater. It's starting to get cold again. A smidge. Where a lift would be nice. Oh, you know what I forgot? Oh, dang it. I gotta unbolt the headers too. Oh, I was forgetting something. And the motor mounts. They're right there, so that's not a big deal. Hey, this has a block heater installed in it already. I knew I was forgetting something. I think I have the sockets I need. Just not the headroom. Or the arm room for that matter. It's taking forever back out. Yeah, this is the fun bit. Oh, come on. There we go. One out. Put my socket on the right way. Those studs are going to be a trick. Then last, I need to get another socket. Bolt there. Oh wow. Or did I? I may have started that one loose already. Let's say I'm sensing a recurring theme of fasteners not being tightened, but I may have gotten this one already. Coming out very easily. Stuff in my eyes. Damn it. So there's two post lifts that you can get that are sort of semi-portable. Not immediately seriously thinking about, but seriously considering thinking about, if that makes sense. But basically you put studs in the floor, or you put they're not studs exactly, but they're anchors that you can bolt the uprights to. And so you have two posts on wheels and a little hydraulic power unit on wheels, and got quick disconnect hydraulics and all that. And so when you want to use it, you roll the posts over to where you have your anchors and bolt them down, hook everything up, plug it in. It's not like a full rise lift, but it's like a mid-rise lift, so it'll probably lift up, like 4 or 5 feet or so. Plenty enough for making a lot of jobs a lot easier. And then when you're done with it, you just unbolt everything and roll it over into the corner. And they're about $2,000, which is pretty reasonable, I think. Probably, I'm not doing work all day every day. still want to be able to park cars in here most of the time. That's probably what I'd consider getting the next time I have, $2,000 lying around burning a hole in my pocket. Probably a fair ways off. I also like a better air compressor. That's a little easier to get. Hop on Craigslist. About building a little compressor shed on the side of the building. But it doesn't really bother me so much because I can put ear protection on. But if I'm streaming a lot, I don't really want that noise unless I figure out a way better way to do audio than my current setup. I really don't want that much noise. So that's the exhaust done. I may have to unplug that O2 sensor before I hoist this out. This depends on where the harness goes. I'll check that when I get back up. Motor mount. While I'm here, actually kind of in the way of the exhaust. Driver's side motor mount's a little tricky to get to. I gotta grab grab some 2Ls here. 14, ratcheting 14. Check the chat, see what I missed. It's so dull up here. Subaru, obviously. Get a Subaru, lift it, no problems. Yeah, this is a little tricky having the camera down here. Use a slightly wider angle lens. Oof, yeah. Actually point it at something worth pointing at. There's all the exhaust. Let's see here. Wham! Rest of this motor mount bolt out. What else am I missing? Sure, there's something. There's always something. But I need some swivels. Oh, I also need new hands because these are cramping too much. There we go. There's the motor mounts done. Now, oh, that is an awful strong magnet. Now, I just gotta get these last two stud nuts right there. Will that actually stay on the exhaust? Nope. Possibly not. It'll probably fall on my head. Maybe. Okay, that's uncomfortable. That's fine. Yep. Told you. Let's go ahead and lock that ratchet head in position. Try that again. I bet you if I tried, I'm gonna eat so many spiders. I bet you if I tried, I could do this from top side. This seems to be working just well. It's backing the whole stud out, isn't it? Jeez. Alright. Battery pack. I don't know what that's aimed at, but I want both hands for this. Maybe. What? That's killing my neck. I'm gonna see if I can't get those two from top side. Probably can. Oy. Back on the crane cam. Ouch. Nice. Yeah, that's had a little bit of work done to it, eh? Oops. If I weren't running the chat on it, well, maybe I can do it from my phone. I don't know if Twitch is going to like that or not. Put up some pictures of my Imprezas sometime. It's not nearly as impressive as that one, but it has got a little lift on it. We don't know a whole lot more than when we started. We are inching ever closer to getting the motor out. I'm covered in grass. Probably spiders. I'm down to like the last couple of fasteners here before I hoist the motor out. Yes, I can. Remember that. Dear Dumbsmith, you can reach all of the case bolts from the top of the car. Herder. That's the tools. There's a lot of new vehicles I don't care for. I'd say probably post bailout, I'd probably take a Ford over a GM or I don't think I'd touch Chrysler with a pointed stick. Oh yeah, the aluminum thing. And I guess it's that or plastic. be like GM bringing the Saturn brand back and making a pickup truck. Oh, you can't dent these panels. Stop that. Because it's a plastic car. Thing left on this side is that. Bring the whole friggin' stud out with it, of course. Yeah, just. Thought that was gonna bring the whole stud out with it, but it didn't. Whoops! Turn the tablet. Tablet's upside down. I'm wearing, yes, that. I'm wearing, well, I guess technically I do get them from a dental supply company, so yeah, they kind of are doctor gloves. These ones are nitrile, and they do tend to shred. I'm wearing them because I ran out of the regular latex ones. I wear them to keep my hands relatively clean. I keep the nitriles on hand because they resist solvents better. So I'm doing like, gasoline or stuff like that. I'm just using them now because I ran out of I've run out of the latex ones. I haven't ordered more. But yeah, it's not that they aren't shredding, it's just that I change them out when they do. So I've probably gone through at least a half a dozen pairs tonight. I'm kind of picky about that. I like to keep my hands clean. At least clean-ish. Trying to figure out how I'm going to be able to lift up on the trans here. Stack my blocks carefully. Yeah, like I said, I mean they either get dirty, and I don't want to keep them. I don't want to transfer anything to whatever I'm working on, or of course none of these are really shredded that much, but yeah, now there's. I wouldn't wear latex or nitrile if I were gardening. I don't think I'd get some, thinner leather gloves or something like that. I really only use these because it keeps much more of your manual dexterity as opposed to a thicker glove, and they tend to resist the oil and stuff that you're working with on these. And yeah, you just gotta change them out when they wear out. Sad fact of life, but that's why they come in boxes of 100. All right, I'm just setting up the floor jack under here. Hopefully. Sometimes you gotta give the pickup on the front of the transaxle a little bit so that it you get a little bit of an up angle. It would actually be this way, and helps the motor to clear all of its mounts and whatnot. Hopefully this jack is up to the task. So we'll find out. Yeah, you probably can get thicker ones. I order mine like by the case from the same place that we get them at work, which is actually a dental supply company. So these really are just regular sort of medical exam gloves. That's right, I gotta get these heater hoses disconnected here. I'll say that the fabric style of mechanic glove. I'm not usually super thrilled with. I tend to burn holes in them pretty quickly, and, right on all the fingertips, and a lot of them. Actually, this one I've sewn that seam part way shut, but a lot of these fabric ones, the seams blow out and wear holes through the maybe fake leather. I don't know. But, yeah, the latex and nitrile are just, cheap in bulk. Use as many as you need, and they break. Oh well, put some more on. I might look into the thicker latex ones though. I'm sure they'll be more expensive. Reveal your secrets. What are the odds that I've forgotten something? Probably pretty decent. What are the odds that I'm gonna dump antifreeze all over the floor? Better than half. Come on, you. Get out to the room. There goes one more. Black Mamba. $10 for and a box 100. Yeah. Free shipping. Can't tell. Yeah, I'll look into those. Might pick up a box, see how they do. Pretty sure that's like twice what I'm paying for these. Yep, that's full. Full of coolant. And the space to fit my can under there. May have to take the wheel off. Yeah. the jack stand weren't there, I think I could do it. Or if it were a little higher up. That switched off. That should give me enough just to zip these wheels off and put them back on some other time. Probably mostly, anyway. No, there's hardly any in there. I'm worried for nothing. He takes the second one off. Alright, a little bit of blood out of that. It's not that bad. Get something to tie those back with. Like this bungee. Mibiz works. Yeah, close enough. Cool. Have done, actually. I was trying to get a drain pan underneath. Shrunk. So I try to keep the mess on my floor to a minimum, if at all possible. Hung up on an angular problem. We hung up on you forgot to unfasten something stupid. Hopefully the first one. Trouble with not taking the exhaust all the way off. This limits. No, actually, because I'm not lifting up on the transaxle. Actually, because All right. Why isn't this helping? I'm picking up on it. Oh, I crushed a slug. Stop that. There we go. Through, baby. Kick over. Hey, the exhaust fell off. Cool. Make sure that I didn't just kill an O2 sensor. Need the light. Might have a little bit. Helps when you're trying to jack up on the transmission. That you're actually like lifting on the transmission and not the cross member. That's the battery falling off. Stand by. I think it's trying to run off. You know what? Crane cam was nice, but try that for a little bit. She's almost free. Saying to my buddy the other night, I'd like to get a streaming rig out here and have sort of a high up, wider angle camera, sort of so that you can see what's going on in the whole bay, and then use this one as kind of a remote. I'm free! Hope I didn't use too much chain. I'm glad I pulled the radiator out though. That's about to hit the hood. Actually in contact with the hood. I think I may have to set this down and rechain it once I get it out of the car. I can just do that for now. Hoist it out. Alright, that's not going to kill anything right now. I can't see anything now either. So lame. There. Besser? Luftmotoren. Fliegenmotoren or something. I don't know, my German's terrible. Suffice it to say, mission accomplished. Alright. Oh, hopefully we'll find something useful. Why is that ticking side to side? Anyway. So Looks like all the pressure plate bolts are there anyway. He did actually change the flywheel over, so that's good. And I don't honestly know how I would have done it otherwise, but it should still be in neutral. Now it's in neutral. Yeah, it turns. I'm probably staring up my armpit. Turns just fine. Might be a good idea to put a new throw-out bearing on it. That's pretty noisy. So I was talking earlier about how the first time I took the transmission out of my Impreza was just because the clutch was slipping. Putting a new clutch in it, and I actually my car for some reason came with a cable clutch release. So it had like almost like a throttle cable attached to the clutch pedal that came out and actuated this, or something very similar to this. And so when I did the clutch the first time, Subarus are so nicely modular. I was able to get all the parts to switch it over to a hydraulic system like this is. Basically, this is different. I think the throw-out bearing's different. You change that. This ball here moves from, as it's in that position if it's a cable clutch, into that position if it's a hydraulic clutch. Changed that all over, well and good. 2 years ago, driving, and push the clutch pedal in. That feels funny. Push it in again, stays pushed in, and I can't. Yeah, the clutch, it's not disengaging. And it turns out that I think I can't remember exactly where it broke. I don't remember if it broke up here where they have this reinforcement, or if it broke down here on the fork where it doesn't have reinforcement, but it had a fatigue crack, and one day I just pushed the clutch in it and bent the one side out, and no worky. I think I'd like to replace that if it were me. That's pretty loud, and I think this one's got like 184,000 miles on it, so it's got a fair amount of mileage on it. Yeah, and I'll so that input shaft turns nice and freely, so that's good. I will try that, maybe sideways. I will find my ratchet and think, not being attached to anything, that what on earth? Yep. Yeah, I think that may be the problem. That is the strangest damn thing. Grab a breaker bar here. And, nope. Fuck me. One of these drawers here. Breaker bar. Where's my big pry bar? Big. There it is. And somewhere. Oh, nope, that's locked up. So, interesting that it's exhibiting the same issue. So it must be in the clutch assembly then, or the flywheel. I don't know. Was it? It's got to be in the clutch assembly. That was, so what? I don't know. Nothing's jumping right out at me. Other than that it's got all kinds of crap up in it. See if I can get it doesn't need this EGR tube because the automatic or the manual doesn't have EGR. I'm going to see if I can find a plug, or what dimensions the plug are for that. Or I get one from Subaru or something if they're pretty cheap. Guess now try to take the pressure plate off and see if we have the same symptom on the crank. Cristari, it turns freely with the clutch engaged, which I can't really do with it out of the car because it has to press on all these spring fingers. But basically, when these are all pushed in and the pressure plate is pulled away from the clutch and the clutch can move freely, then the whole thing will turn. But now, even with it not connected to the transmission, it's not turning more than about 100 degrees. So that's odd. I'm gonna pull this pressure plate off. Oh boy, I wonder if I can find my clutch alignment tool, because I bet that's the same clutch that's in my Impreza. Not in that box, so yeah, probably won't be able to find it. Just have to nick the assorted ones from work. So those are probably going to be about 12s. Thrust bearing out and pushes the crank back. Do you think the crank is Do you think the crank is different between an automatic and a manual motor? Or do you think that there's something internally that's, I don't know. This is very strange. I'm interested to figure out what's going on. Really, I guess the next. It's got shmoo all over it. Next thing is to pop that pressure plate off and see what it does. I mean, maybe just got it misaligned? I have to look up a torque spec for these. Let's go to another box. Where's your plate? Get the long 12. That doesn't decide to fall out of the air on me. Little pry bar. Oh, hello. That one went in very far. Or it broke. Oh, wow. That was I barely put any pressure on that pressure plate. It snapped that right off. That was already compromised. Got all of them? Yes. Up on this stud here. Need a new clutch disc. Probably ought to have a new clutch anyway. It's got some gnarly spots on it. I'd recommend putting a clutch in it anyhow. No matter what we determine. And after I drop the disc on the floor, cuts. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's well, it fell off. It bounced off the fender and hit the floor. It's letting free the asbestos. But, if silly things weren't so. I don't know. You might be able to get one reasonably iffed. Yeah, that's not a happy flywheel, I don't think. Ooh. Can you hear that? Wow. Listen. Dry as a bone. Hey, do you see what I see? Because I see a missing flywheel bolt. Yeah, that's interesting. Wonder where you got to, huh? Okay, let's test it again here, shall we? I don't know. I mean, I'll have to look around. I mean, it shouldn't have been able to go anywhere if it had been installed by the previous person. It would be totally behind the clutch disc, so it shouldn't have been able to go anywhere, right? It should have fallen out onto the floor here. Well, it should have made a hellacious racket. Now, I don't even know if it would have been able to back out all the way. I think, yeah, that's the thick side does not face the flywheel because it doesn't fit. I'm pretty sure it wasn't that way. That could do it though. Oh, what if you put the clutch in backwards? Would that do it? That might. Before I go any farther on that tangent, let me see if I can turn it over by hand again. I'm thinking not. Oh, no. There we go. Okay. It's not easy hanging up in the air like that. I probably should put it on the ground. Yeah, it can't have been put back in there when the other guy put it in. I'm gonna have to go back and look at the video. I don't remember if this clutch plate was which way was facing out. And I would have expected it to make all kinds of noise. You really almost shouldn't have been able to get it back together to put it on backwards. And that shouldn't even work. That should just break everything if it even goes back together. But now that flywheel bolt can't have been in there when it was put back together. Oh, let me see if I can find something that I can set this down on now that I've blocked all my access to what I would want to do that with. Go me. The other motor that's on stand right now. Hopefully I don't need the engine stand for this thing. Walk her back. Maybe. This around the other side so I don't break anything. Whoop. Come on. There we go. Yeah, I'd have to go back and check the video and see if you can tell. I don't think you would have been able to get it. At least. Whew. How about some bolt extraction hype, huh? Somebody's lucky day. I don't know, maybe mine, maybe somebody else's, but there we go. That may call for new pressure plate bolts. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Cool. Exhaust. There's them. Compression, 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 compression. Yeah, there's no way that it's gotta be something with how the clutch was on there. So those are gonna be 14s, I think. This is going to be fun. There's a Sharpie. Yeah, dude, what came before really ought to put a, gotten this resurfaced, if not new, and put a new clutch and pressure plate on it. Where I can mark the orientation on this. Right off. So that's going to be that guy right there. Just for the sake of... that's a good question. Don't actually remember which one it was. They all have threads. That was the last one I did. And that one's... yeah, that one... how well this is going to show up. Actually, that should show up pretty well, if it'll focus. You see the lower bolt is shiny on about the front half, 2/3. This bolt is not shiny on the threads. Yeah, this was the last bolt I pulled out, and it came out of that one, and there's little not filings exactly, but it looks like it stripped the threads a little bit at some point. All the others look fine. It's strange that that one that had a bolt in it and the others didn't. I wonder maybe if the last guy damaged one of the bolts going in and put this bolt into the damaged hole and then just missed one. Shaving, sure, yeah, that's probably the correct word that I was looking for. But the threads on all the other ones look fine. It's just that one's obviously got damage on it. It's like a multi-piece flywheel. I didn't realize I did that. It's interesting. It's got the big heavy-duty front piece. You can see these two small holes here. Show up again on the back. Those two Phillips head screws. That's interesting. Then got these big guys. That's interesting. I wonder why they do that. Use a manufacturer, something like that, maybe. And without. Yep. I've gotten metal splinters before. I know exactly what you're talking about. And I don't think I have the equipment to tell if this is true or not, but the surface finish is pretty terrible. Yeah, same on the pressure plate. I'd really like to see it get that stuff replaced. But yeah, kind of think that maybe that was the issue. There's something weird going on with this clutch. Well, we've put together a parts list, trying to see if there's anything super obvious on this. I don't really see anything other than it's got a little doink right there, and actually another one right there, and actually another one right there. Wonder when that happened. Definitely needs new pressure plate bolts. I broke one just by prying on it a little bit. I don't trust the rest of them. So need new ones of those. Probably get new flywheel bolts. I don't know how expensive getting a flywheel resurfaced would be anymore. I have to look into that. I definitely want to see this get a new clutch kit though, because there's some surface rust there, but there's a lot of just overheated spots. And if this is the original clutch on on 184,000 miles, that's not bad. Huh. I'll have to pop on during lunch and ask him tomorrow. Hey, Demon, did you screw up this car last? Oh, goodness gracious. Well, the automatic transmission flywheel shouldn't be a flywheel in the traditional sense, because you don't need the rotating mass in the flywheel, which is the flex plate, because the rotating mass is in the torque converter, and you don't need the mass to absorb the friction from the clutch disc, because it has a torque converter. So the flex plate is going to be like, maybe that thick, and maybe a little thicker than that, but not by much. Certainly not as substantial as that, as this manual flywheel. And it'll just have the ring gear pressed onto the outside of it. But, an automatic transmission flex plate should be entirely different than this. Of course, you can't see what I'm pointing at. Whatever. It's down there. We all know what we're talking about. Yeah, so I've got a little bit of research to do before I talk to the quote-unquote customer. Yeah. Unfortunately, I actually popped in briefly on my lunch break a couple of times last week, and nobody immediately said anything in chat, so I went back to eating my lunch and surfing the web. But of course, the Twitch application on my phone doesn't seem to have the same. I don't know if that's because it's not my stream or what, but it doesn't have the it doesn't have the the chat number up there. So nobody said anything right away, and I'm not usually the type of person to start a conversation in a text chat. So who's an alien? Nobody said anything about aliens. There's no aliens here. Who told you there are aliens here? Are you a cop? You have to tell me if you're a cop. And of course, I'm doing what Demon's doing all day, so I don't really have, you know, that would be like me trying to watch, you know, imagine I'm doing this and trying to watch someone else's stream while I'm being paid to work on customer cars. I knew it. I knew you were a cop, Biryuk. You can't fool me. Yeah, it does actually. Yeah, once I wasn't. I think. Yeah, I had the pressure plate off. Where's that pointed? It's actually pointed at me. I had the pressure plate off before I sat it down on the ground here. Like so. But once I couldn't get it to turn over with it hanging in the air. But once I had the pressure plate off, I was able to get it to turn over once, and then set it down on the tire, and was still, you know, then I could just, you know, turn it over. There's a compression stroke. Okay, turn it. There's a compression stroke. Turn it. There's a compression stroke. Yeah, it turns over. Turns over fine with the clutch assembly off it. So I kind of think there's something weird going on. I don't know what exactly. Yeah. Were you here when I was pulling the flywheel off Rotax? Can't remember. I don't know if you'd bugged out a little bit there or not. Oh. But because we ended up, actually I ended up did the broken bolt back into the rear of the engine? I don't think it would have been able to, because the pressure plate, these are all just, you know, lightning things. The pressure plate bolts would go into there, and that's those aren't open to the other side. Yeah, there's no way for those to get through to the engine side. I should put gloves back on. I'm going to be filthy now. We did find that one of the flywheel bolts was missing, and one of the flywheel bolts, this guy. Yeah, this guy where it's shiny on the yeah, buffering again. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I was having trouble with my streaming software yesterday or the day before. It would have been Friday. I was having trouble with the streaming software, and I had to uninstall the app and reinstall it. I don't actually remember if I double checked my settings, but when we're done here tonight, I'll double check those to make sure I didn't set something outrageous again. But yeah, so this flywheel bolt is sort of shinier on the end of it, whereas the rest of them are not. And that marked hole right there, which it's not going to focus on because it sucks, has the threads are stripped and there's little metal shavings in there. So something odd happened. I can't imagine that this wouldn't have. Yes, blind holes. That is exactly the word I was looking for. So something obviously didn't go 100% correctly when that was put back together. So what? I'm looking for... to see if there's any markings from anything. I know Ribbit said that there shouldn't be any difference between the automatic trans and the manual trans. I'll retap the flywheel hole. Yeah, I probably will if I can get. That's going to be. It's a pretty fine thread. If I can get a decent tap for it, either from work or for cheap somewhere, yeah, I'll clean that up. I mean, it still goes in okay. You know, I know how much some of you like bolts going into holes. Well, I say that, and now I can't get the damn thing to start. I swear this never happens. And it once you get it started, it kind of goes in okay. You know, I can definitely feel where the bad spots are. I'm gonna try take one of the other ones, and that's silky smooth. Is that enough innuendo for tonight? Yeah, I suspect I will retap that if I'm able. But yeah, Ribbit said that there shouldn't. He looked it up, and there shouldn't be any differences between a manual block and an automatic block, except for the things that I'd already identified, namely being the EGR tube, which I love how the guy capped that off with a piece of, like, I guess that's a hose from something. It's really thin wall hose. I almost wonder if it's like it almost looks like inner tube, except it would have to be a really, really small tire, and that's actually kind of thick wall for what the OD looks like. Maybe it's just like a rubber sheathing or something, but that cracks me up. That I'll cover the EGR tube with this rubber hose and a zip tie because that won't get hot or anything. No. Yeah, I should check the crank. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. I don't know if I have to jig it up somehow to check the end play or not, but other than the EGR tube and the flywheel, the block should be the same. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of wishful. Oh, it's just a tube. What could it possibly contain? I don't know. What these guys here? Let's look at those. Good of you to catch that. Let's scope those out a little bit with the light. So you don't think it should be pushed all the way back through the casting like that? You don't think it should be pushed all the way through the casting like that, Rotax? Oh, hey, look. There's a dowel pin. What do you think happened? I think I know what happened. Hey, look. That boss is broken off. I wonder what happened. What do you think happened? I would bet you $1 that the last guy, the motor that he pulled out of the yard, still had the dowel pins in it. And the motor that he pulled out of this car left the dowel pins in the trans. And he tried to put it together and broke that boss off of the trans, pushed this one all the way through to the other side of the casting, and couldn't push that one all the way through to the other side of the casting, because this side, that's why the left side broke. That side is clear because this cylinder bank is forward of this cylinder bank. So this cylinder bank is closer to this part of the casting. It went through there, hit the block, couldn't go any farther, broke that boss off of the transmission. Well done, sirs. Oh my goodness. That is fantastic. Man. Now, so shit. How does that help us with our problem? That's what. Could that? I gotta think. That was my first thought, Ribbit. That it was goof. Didn't go back together squarely, and it wasn't aligned correctly. Kind of wish I would have set it down on the tire first and tried to turn it over by hand with the pressure plate still on. Looking, does it have those? That's a bolt hole, that's a bolt hole, it just has 2 dowels. Starter goes up there. Let's look at the bell housing a little bit more. So that's interesting. So the manual bell housing has dowel holes up here, but no dowels in. It has that might be fresh. That might have happened when I pulled the motor out. So all the rest of this is pretty crusty. I think it's pretty unlikely that he would have bent the bell housing, being as that he cracked that frickin' boss off. I don't see anything else here particularly. Nothing obvious anyway. That needs to be cleaned up, but this turns just fine. This neutraled out right now. That turns just fine. That would be right up in here. That's interesting. Now, I definitely have some some parts research to do. That's definitely learned a couple of things. Yeah, Ribbit. I'm not set up for welding aluminum, unfortunately. And without the, doing it in the car, and without the other piece. If I had the other piece, maybe you could do it with the car. Do it in the car if it lined up just enough. Unless it's like still down there in the. Maybe I should pick through the muck down there and make sure there's not a chunk of aluminum stuck on top of the rack or something. But unless if it lined up like perfectly, then maybe you could weld it back and ream that a little bit to take the dowel again. But I'm not set up for that. Unfortunately. Yeah, it may, depending on as the guy. So this is like my next past my next door neighbor, sort of. He's like 3 or 4 houses up or something. But, yeah, they actually did use the lift and the hoist at my other neighbors to swap the engine out, and then managed to get it up into the other guy's driveway, and there it sat not running. So that's kind of strange. I don't know, maybe you only managed to get it that far. Actually, yeah, this dowel pin's been pushed back about halfway through too. So if it's not, if it didn't fall out on the one guy's garage floor and get swept up, it's got to be long gone. Yeah, I agree. Tell you what that other guy was a real slob. There's like antifreeze back here, leak out of the intake, and all kinds of crap. Chunk of headery. All right, well, that is quite a bit of work for this evening. I'm pleased with that. Yeah, the owner said that the first mechanic said that he got it running, but it sounded like it was only running on like one cylinder. So I'll have to talk with him tomorrow and see if he can clarify it for me a little bit. It sounds like maybe he got it running enough to get it into the from one neighbor into the next driveway up. But maybe not any more than that. But then it wouldn't start for us today. maybe the plug boots aren't all the way on. Well, these can be a pain to get them to line up right. Kind of want to pop the crank off and or the crank pulley off and take these covers off and make sure everything's copacetic underneath. Where do I have that pointed? Am I actually in frame? Not really. That's fine. Not like we're amateur hour here or anything. It looks... He said that the guy put a new timing belt on. And I gotta say, I'm kind of skeptical of anything that this guy did at this point. Those wires are exposed. That's cute. Alright. I should show you this because this is adorable. Absolutely. You friggin' giggles. 4.5 hours. Holy shit. So look down the... So obviously he must have had the... Someone had the throttle body off of this before I happened to look down the barrel of it. Hello, RTV. How are you doing? You having a nice day? We sure as hell are. That is just... That's awful. Alright, I'm going to do some research for parts, and I might try reassembling this tomorrow, and just if I can get a tap, take one of these with me to work. See if we have an extra fine tap in, probably about a 12 millimeter. Actually, let me see if I have some rethreaders. 12. So that'd be what not that one. I'm gonna say that's probably an extra fine. 12. Okay. Oh no, it's a 10 millimeter. Fit. Okay, so it's a 10 unless it's an 11, which is possible. I've run into that before. 10 unless it's is it a 10 by 1? It might be a 10 by 1. Apparently I have that. Yep. Okay, so it's 10 by 1, which I only have the die. I might not have one of those at work. I'll have to check. Otherwise, have to get one from somewhere else. Yeah, 10 by 1. Crank plus play. I don't really able to tell. Doesn't friggin' move for me. But I'll put that on my list of I gotta get cleaned up and go to bed. I was up early this morning and I didn't get enough sleep last night, so I'm probably gonna pass out as soon as I hit the pillow. So, do some research and return tomorrow. See what we can learn. Let's see. I will finish bolts, clutch kit, pressure plate, bolts. Yeah, it's certainly nothing that I can feel by hand, but I'll look more into that tomorrow. What else do I need to look into? EGR port plug. That's a good start, I think. 10 by 1 tap. Okay, cool. Good start. I am pleased. 4.5 hours in the books. All right. Gentlemen, thanks for hanging out. I shall return. I don't know how much I'll have to do tomorrow evening, but I'll probably pop on for a little bit. 6:30, 7 o'clock, something like that. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. Make sure you haven't got like the coil on backwards or something stupid like that. Looks like it's all correct, but who knows? Yep. Yeah, we'll look more into all that tomorrow. In the meantime, is coming up past 10:30 in the Commonwealth here. I gotta get up and go to work in the morning. So say good night, everyone, and look for us again tomorrow evening. Probably.